Okay. Weird. I guess 9 will work. Why is Craft unhappy? No, it should be fine, I think. Four. Is turtle craft? Oh, hey. A nil value. Huh. No. It's here. Make. Is it, no. This isn't it. This should be fine. $154. Attempted to call craft, and there was nothing there. 154? A nil value. He's not a fucking crafty turtle. Holy shit. That's one way to figure it out. There you go, buddy. Okay. Give it a go, Reznov. Damn it. Also, I don't know why he's grabbing extra material. In slot 9. Is it because he's grabbing and then he grabs the first available, but then that's not enough, so he grabs another bit? What if I have a full stack there? That's not gonna fix the craft thing, but it might fix the number thing. Nope. He just grabs a random number for some reason. Attempt to call craft. Do we maybe need to place them down and... Hold on a second. I remember this happening before. Yeah, actually put him in there and make him into a crafty turtle. Try that. Okay, that fixed that. But that did not fix this. He still goes. And he'll put away. I can fix that, but with some logistics. But honestly, I want him to not do that. I don't know why. And I feel like there's a reason why it's happening. It's always 1. Seems no, it's 2 this time. 1 and 2, and then 1 and 11. Now 9, 9, 9, 10 in slot 9. 9, 9, 9, 9. And then we're out. He's going to say bad items. And I think, no, he's going to keep going because there's no items. It's okay. I need to do checks for if there's no items and if there's only partial items. Generally, I need to check if the recipe is valid, but that involves him having an item in his inventory still. So, it's a little tricky. I could have him turn to the thing, take out 1 item, and then check if there's no items. Oh, hold on, okay, wait, maybe I can do it without that, because I know I can pass a variable and return what an item is. So I'm pretty sure I could have it say continue working so long as this slot has this item in it. And I'm pretty sure I can make it work like that. And that will handle if there's no items in half of the input. And then if there's missing half of the input, then it will stop. But that still won't work if there's no items. It will still continue looping, I think. Well, no. It'll check if there's the recipe item. Both recipe items, it will check. And then if either of them are missing, it will not craft. Yes. And I will do that later. He has stopped because I told him to. Okay. Very good. That is... Well, why don't I do it right now? Okay. This is kind of gonna be with the other checkers. Inventory check, and then there's the is state, reset state. Here we go. And then local function. We'll say is valid. Can I just start the for loop? Yeah. Okay. Well, you can say like the variables first before that, but where's that beginning of the function at? This is just commented out. I'm not gonna touch anything. It works, it works. Local function is valid. No. For craft. Local slot valid equals true by default, yeah? Or is it false and has to check? It's false and has to check. Turtle dot. Or can you just do it without selecting the slot? And I need it to be... So, hold on a second. We're still not addressing the fact that, we're just having an extra item somewhere that shouldn't be happening. Oh, this is fine, it's not gonna do anything. When would he be doing it? It's right after... It's right when he's grabbing his items. Because that's when he's grabbing them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Why is it an extra? Maybe if I just make it 8, because 8 was also valid. And that will just be a little less. But I bet you it will still happen. Because the interval will just change. Suck 8, suck 8, suck 8, suck 8. I need to figure out how to write a for loop that skips numbers. Okay, that seemed to work, but will it continue to work? What is it about 9? It must be something. Will the interval occur again? Okay, it's just gonna be when it runs out of material, it'll fail. And put the nuggets in the chest. And that's what I was just writing is gonna handle. Okay, so no more nuggets. Let's go ahead and edit that again. Put some on my screen. Markiplier. Okay. The motherfucking thingy I'm making down here.
Oh God, oh my God. Okay, so I don't need to jump all the time. I just need to jump some of the time. And so I can actually kind of calmly go to be good, so I don't hit the space bar, which is instinctive to do at this point.
I could have commented all that out, but oh well. Alright. You're gonna stop that? Okay.
What, you expect me to rage? I'm gonna destroy now. Let's see if you'll rage for me.
Print. How do I return this as a string? Print, FS string, FS? But no. Hold on a second. The for loop that skips numbers. Is there a way of skipping inside of a for loop by a certain increment? Let's continue to do this, but what if I want to skip a number of times inside of a for loop? Number 2. I'll just handle them.
Weird noise going on.
Okay. Let's do this. Not that. Go back. Edit. Make. Let's go. Do the thingy I was making. It should be here. Nope, down here. Don't need this. Comment that out. We'll keep that variable. We don't need this print anymore. And I don't need that.
This must be the sepulchre area where the cricket I don't have any money. Access debt legal. Interesting, but then why are there bowling pins if I'm not supposed to shove them in the hole? Bowling pins belong in the hole. Yes, I know. This everyone. I'm not supposed to be here, so I'm gonna leave. It looks like I'm just too good at discovering secrets for my own good. But if I finish the demo in this playthrough, I will at least click.
If there is an item in the slot, we assume that the slot can craft. And continue. If the slot is empty, we will not be able to craft. Okay. Okay.
So I can throw these. Or no, I can put them. Nice. So if I have one in this end, could theoretically switch hands mid-climb and then be able to, I can. Okay, that's good. I see. Okay, this is important because I see why. Take this out. I see. Different way. Hold on. Just nice and calm and you're fine. Ew, advanced course? Why do I need an advanced course? I will admit, if I hadn't done the tutorial, I would be absolutely lost about all this. Advanced? What more advanced could I be? I'm already an expert. Try again. I died. Oh god, it's like the Doom one. good. Yes. I let that one go. And I grab here. And I, ooh. I'm advanced. I'm advanced. I'm advanced. Advanced. Wait. I definitely need another page. We got recreational. Not yet, I won't. Okay. Okay. There's a rope there. I guess I could have gone up multiple different ways, couldn't I have? Shouldn't I have? Maybe it was easy. Maybe it would have been easier if I just went around with that first and then discovered. Hey! Oh, there's something. This is so fun. It's weirdly fun. I like this. I like it a lot. It's not quite as frustrating as I say getting over or something like that would be, because it has really consistent escape. With it. You know what escape is? I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what I'm escaping from. Some kind of ooze? Is there an ooze? Is there an ooze? Is there an ooze rising? Is that an ooze approaching my location? Is there an ooze down there? Yeah, ooze or an ooze? Yeah, that's right. Ooh-doo-doo-da. That coming from up above or below? Do we got some kind of groany goop coming up from below or something? And by escaping, like, what does that mean? I thought I was an employee in a substructure. God, I love a substructure. Oh, that's not good. But God, I love a substructure. Doesn't ever, I know there's a lot of games that are doing substructures nowadays, but frick, I love a substructure. You know what I mean? That's kind of strange. Right. Horrible, horrible. Okay, where's this going? It's getting really good, you know? Oh, come on. Alright, so where does this go? I'm assuming. Must be something, right? Could bypass this a little bit if I do that. Might be too far away. Nope, I'm great. Whew. It's only 50 meters. That's because I'm amazing. And I did the tutorial like I probably should. But in every other game, it's not important. Can I get a brick? Why did I get a brick? Is it a brick I can hammer things with? Damn it. Okay. So long-range communication is no longer possible. Why? Oh. Anybody got him? Anybody got him? So how do I get moving? Do I put cans in? getting goopy again. I feel like I should go. I'm gonna go. Okay. Yeah, and I heard it groan, and it grumbled. I don't like that. Whoa. I was spinning. What was that? Why are we goopy? We're so goopy right now. Why? Oh god. We're too goopy. We're gooped up. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. I got planning. Plan. There we go. That's great. Goop initiated. Oh, come on. Okay, what is the, nope, I just want to touch that. Okay. It's gooped up, but it's fine. Okay. Now I'm near the goop. Goop is not near me. Okay. Huh. Easy. Easy. Give me a challenge next time. Give me a challenge. Next time. Where am I gonna get? I mean, I imagine the brick might be the thing to do it, but what is that? I have a that's cute, man. Okay. What do I do with the plug? What do I do with the plug? Okay, the plug is loud. Freaking me out. I don't like that bug. Oh, stop. Stop making noise, bug. Bug, cease. Cease your noises, bug. Stop it, bug. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Well, I don't know what that'll do to you, bug. I'm gonna eat you if I press that. Oh my god! Why did that? Why was I being chased? I don't know. Okay. Great, I'm up here. How's the gurgly? Looking pretty good. Oh. Nice. Okay, good. I'm making good progress, I think. Oh. Don't stop. This one. This is a thing. Oh, come on. What is that? Whoa. That. Oh my god. Okay, that's concerning. Not at all. It's like barnacles from Half-Life. Alright, well, what do we do with this? Take this, I guess. Ooh, maybe the grub I should have covered myself in goop and then it would not eaten me. How do I get rid of this bug in my hand? I guess. Okay, I didn't catch that message. Whatever it was, it probably wasn't terribly important. So I'm gonna guess that everything is just fine. How about food, eh? Yum. Great hot can there. What do I have in my hand here? That's right. Okay. Well, that's not going to do me any good. I know I keep saying that, but I probably should use them, but I don't. So what can you do? Oh, I jumped so much farther than I expected. Ooh. Can I get up on this thing? Yes. Okay. That's a good thing. I'd rather go over here. Well, oh my god. Oh my god. Please, just get me up on this thing. What is that? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. What it sounds. I don't like the sounds. I don't like the sounds. Oh, hi. Hi, friend. Oh, hi. Hi, friend. Hi. You alright? Oh, you're goofing it. You're really goofing. Great hoops. Great hoops. No! What is it? Yeah, just gotta make it over here. Okay. Look around. Good. Good hoops. Oh my god. Oh. Look. Look. Flaying? What? What do you mean flaying? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. You don't know what that means? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Oh. Okay. Wow. Alright. Wow. Alright. This is a long distance to go. Is this my job? I must believe that this is my job. Is this some kind of job? This seems like a very good job. I can make that. Well, I guess I have to, don't I? No way in hell. There's no way. If only I had literally anything. The other side. It was so obvious this whole time. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Why? Oh god. Don't make this sense. Oh. Oh. I'm making it. I'm making it. Goodbye. Bye, everybody else. Oh god. Bye. What did we just do? That is tricky. I don't see any way to actually climb it. This maybe? No. How do... Oh, the other side. I see. Oh god, I gotta move. Ah! I gotta move. Ah. Oh. Okay, we're going. Oh god, move. Need it? Need it? Don't need any of it. I always waste all the time that I've gained from the previous level by just sitting around looking at the new one being like, oh, there's a silo. Oh, great. Cool. I don't know. Wait a second. Jump! Ooh, nice. Great. Great. Very good. Alright. Okay, drop it. Whoa. Okay. Here we go. Fine. We're going here. Oh god. Oh, getting dizzy. Oh god. Alright. Do this. Yes. I almost fell because I had a freaking can on my head. Oh. That's kind of cool. Oh, neato. Interesting. But I don't have... Wait. Do I climb? Oh god. No. You know what? I don't know. I never found a hammer, so it's not like I can do that. Cool. Ah, shit. That was my stop. That was where I was supposed to go there. I was supposed to go. Oh, wow. That was so far that I just lost. Well, let's see if I can speed run this. Oh, does it change? Is this randomly generated? No make it fast. I just didn't realize that that was my stop there. I didn't realize I had to go through the doors there. Avoid all electrical systems. Well, I don't know how to do that, and I don't know what exactly that will accomplish, and also I don't know where I am, and shut up, and you're stupid, and whoa. Well, we feeling spunky today. Alright. Oh, yeah. Nice. God damn, good. I'm feeling so confident now. Feeling so incredibly confident. So, I'll get this grab on me. This grab on me is really strong, though. Hope so. Nice. Get. Oh, fuck. No! 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 Oh, my God. Ah, shit. What do you mean? That's what it meant by locked out. Because I touched it up and it started to close the doors and what? This is really cool. Bizarre, but super cool. Like, I really like what's going on here. It's such a different experience from, like, any other horror-esque or kind of, like, you know, scary-ish game that I've experienced. Oh, this is so cool. Yeah, maybe each level is unique, and they're just put in the random order. That might be more of or each level is each level is pre-made, and then they're simple. So that would make sense considering it's like a side level. Yeah, it's all vertical, so you would think that they would be a little bit similar. Well, hold on. I'm too quick here. Oh, what is that? What the hell? Okay, ow! What'd that do? Am I super finding out? I just chugged steroids, so cool. I'm feeling good. Feeling real. God damn. Oh my God. Oh. This is too fast. Okay, we're too fast. Not fast enough, I guess. Yeah, I think it's calm down a bit then. Calm down a little then. Over that one. Love those. Oh my God. Who's that? That's so. So again, brick. I don't know what that's for. Whoa, best descent. You know it. Oh, crap. Well, it was my best descent. Yeah, okay, alright. You know, man, that feels bad, you know, that feels bad. I don't know why. I'm not gonna swim. Well, I guess I can swim. Well, it's certainly not what I could call a swim. Okay. Oh God. What is a thump thump thump? I don't like thump thump thump. What is thump thump thumping? What? I'm guessing that's the electrical systems I'm supposed to be avoiding, right? That sounds electrical, and that sounds like something I should avoid. I'm just guessing. Okay, this is interesting. Where is this? The Shattered Chambers. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm trying to hurry too much about it. Oh, hello. This thing, what it does, but I know exactly what it does. What am I saying? I know what it does. I just didn't want to use it. Brick. There's something, huh? Okay, again, we have a schmoozer, what's it? And drugs. We've got drugs. What is that? Put it all in! All in right now. You hear that? Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this feels good. This is good for me. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Is that there? Something cool? What? 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 Oh shit. Oh, I gotta go. No, not that. Oh shit. No, I gotta go. I gotta go. I wasted my like super boost. What's all that? Okay. Yep. Yeah, this time I'm not gonna do that nearly as much as I did before. Rebar? Oh, I don't know. Gonna go for it. What's another one of the clothes? Come here, you on the spaceship. No, what the hell? You don't want that to help me? Shit. My face is covered in goo. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Okay. This is way different than what I remember. Just jumped across. Okay. Man, that bottle I think is just unlimited stamina. It lasts a while. The exit. Ah, damn it. That wasn't the exit at all. That sounds bad. What is this? Oh, God. I'm going for it. Oh, my God. No! I thought I was good. Oh, shit. Come on, hurry up. Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, God. Here we go. Oh, God. Please. 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 No! Sassafras. Sassafras. Shit. Is it? Fuck. I want to go again, but I'm gonna gun it, and if I don't make it, I don't make it. So I'm just gonna do it. this no matter what. God, can you imagine this multiplayer? Bob and Wade ruin everything. Or I would ruin it for them. Either way, someone would ruin it for somebody. And I wouldn't be happy about it. Oh, come on! Bullshit! Not here. This is terrible. I'm doing terrible. I think I proved that I would be the one ruining for everybody, but I'm not happy about it. Uh-huh. Well, you know, it was a secret facility, so maybe that's for the best. We'll see. I'll let my hands cool down. Oh, come on. Damn. Oh, come on. What are you? Can I eat you? I feel like I should be able to eat you. But I can't. Which makes me mad. Yes, indeed. Thank you. Look at you, right? I don't know where that went. I bet it'll help me later. Oh, shit. Okay, this is terrifying. Oh my god. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. You don't eat me! You don't eat me! Oh my god, don't eat me! Oh my god, don't eat me! Come on, hurry. Let's go. Ah! Ah! Oh, that's not good, isn't it? What was I worried about? You eat me, bro. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing.
Hmm. It doesn't like me calling this while in the for loop. Turtle.get item count is. Should I say is equal? I'm saying is equal. Like, turtle.item count equals.
That is an interesting idea, though. Although, I don't know how to not have it taken after it's taken. Man, I said that last was going to be last one. I couldn't look at that. This one feels like a mirror version of one before. Wait, bug. Bug? Bug. Bug! 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 Oh, bug. Okay, interesting. So you put the bugs in there. It still keeps track of my bugs. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, this is the same one as before. So calculate this for me. Something like right here. Maybe not. I'm just gonna guess. Wait, hold on. Very realistic. Hey, yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, alright. Nope. Oh my god. Ah, I see I found one radar, but that, again, is not exactly what I need it to be. Maybe I stab it in the eyes with one of these. Maybe that's what I must do. It has to be something like that. I use these things, right? I have to, right? Okay. Okay, right. Not watch. Take one of these. One of these. Ow. Horribly done. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what I can do. I'm not 100% sure how exactly I'm supposed to deal with that. I think I just need to have been smarter with my rebar and carry one up with me until that point. There you are. Oh god. So I have to go this way. Nope, I don't. I don't. Here. I guess. I can put them away. Oh, I can put the bugs away. For some reason I thought I couldn't. No! Way! I think I'm making good pace. Feels good. Oh god. Well, that's scary. Yoink! Yoink! Aha! Oh, shit. Is it a bad idea to be doing this with a bug? Oh my god, I need to drop this. I feel like that would be pertinent to what I'm trying to do if there's an elevator. I'm holding on to this. I'm not sure what that means this is. Hi buds, it's me again. We're back at it again with another Let's Play. Come on, what are you doing? Whoa! You got clothes on me? You better not have enough clothes on me. I gotta go switching this. It takes a bit of presence of mind that I may not have. Okay, so I just need to not die to the airflow. Yank him off. Nice. Okay. Switch hands. Yank him off. Nice. All right. Yank him off. Oh god. Oh god. No. 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 Okay, I'm fine, I guess. Hopefully it wasn't right just yet. Been a little forgiving. Oh god. Not too high. Not that high. Okay, I can go. Okay. Where's this? Okay, more. Alright. That's fine. Alright. Okay. Up. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh my god. Oh god. This is a bad idea. Oh no. I can't jump from here. If I jump from here, I'm dead.
Okay. Wait. That's the same. Yeah, that's where I just was. And that's again on the equals inside of the while loop. Or in the for loop. Fucking formatting. This is how I fixed it last time. It's grammar. It's a grammar error. It'll still throw an error, but it might be on a different line, which is what I'm looking for. Good. Okay. I didn't need to rewrite it all, but I think I might just rewrite the rest of that. Or maybe I'll see what I want to do. Let's see. First of all, while I have it kind of in this somewhat fixed state, let's copy make 3. Alrighty, getting the ball rolling. Sorry to anyone watching. But fuck me, this is going to benefit me greatly if I get this written. Ugh, I hate the way I'm doing this now. Doesn't have to do it all this.
Requested through our website, by the way, divetalk.com. We now have a place where people can go and request directly on our website. Plus, they can look at our bios. People are having a big time checking out our bios. It takes them a while to read yours. Right. So anyway, this title of the video obviously caught my attention. It's called 5 Bizarre Cave Diving Deaths. I haven't seen it. So, I don't know if the guy is a cave diver himself. I don't know if he's a non-diver. I don't know. As we see it, we'll probably be able to tell if this guy knows what we're talking about or not. So, let's watch. Give it a shot.
In the pitch black darkness, at a deadly depth, a diver took his last breath and started thrashing with all his might.
And got ChatGPT involved again.
And the only thought on his mind was survival. For a moment, he felt the relief of having broken free from his captivity, but he was met with nothing but boundless darkness that was no less suffocating than the lack of oxygen. Panicking, with no hope of staying alive, he swam into the unknown. Nevertheless, he had a safety net, extra gas tanks, a companion, and state-of-the-art equipment. But can any of these things guarantee survival underwater? What are the chances of escaping if you're out of oxygen?
Okay.
What about if your equipment malfunctions? And what do divers really look for in the deadly depths?
Okay, hold
Most
on
of
one
us
second, hold on one
associate.
second. What? Why are all those people in those videos cave diving with no fins? Do you notice that?
Oh, I didn't pick up on that.
Not a single fin on site. Now, the fact that he said safety rope and the fact that he said you run out of oxygen already, it's a, you know.
I thought you were pausing
And the
because
gigantic-
I've never seen a coral reef and a turtle in a cave. I don't know where this is coming from. But I'm interested.
Appreciate diving with beautiful coral gardens and marine life observation. But deep water plunges performed by professionals have nothing to do with it, especially when it comes to cave diving, one of the most complex and dangerous kinds of underwater swimming. That's why the professionals in this trade can be regarded as the best divers in the world.
And
In
then us.
1991, the best of the best were Parker Turner and
Except
Bill
for us.
Gavin. They led the most experienced and well-equipped team of cave divers in the world
Wait, let's
to
check
explore one of the most popular underwater cave systems, Indian Springs in Florida, United States. On the surface, this place looks like a small body of water
That's
with a
actually
rocky floor with
J.G.S.
a hole in the center.
That's
But
not.
the opening is actually the entrance to underwater caves, which are over 3 kilometers, 200 meters long. Turner and Gavin had spent 2 years planning to inspect and map the unexplored part of the Indian Springs Tunnel, which started at a depth of 90 meters. Although they had an entire team of divers, only the 2 of them were supposed to go through the so-called restriction, an extremely narrow, deep-water tunnel set at a depth of 37 meters. Finally, on November 17, 1991, the submersion started. But before that, the divers threaded a rope through the restriction to be able to orient in space, even in the conditions of poor visibility. They also left decompression tanks a few meters away from the exit. The thing is, you can't simply reach the depths or go back up fast. With the first option, you're going to get a case of the so-called depth intoxication, when the consciousness
Hold on, can you
dims,
pause it?
the
Wait,
movement
wait,
becomes
what's it
slower,
called?
and you
Wait, what? Is that a new thing?
They were
Maybe I
developed-
didn't understand the word. What did he say? Death?
Intoxication.
Well, okay, let's not be overcritical. He's talking about somebody being dark.
Is he?
I think so.
Okay.
developed a
I'm okay
state
with that.
of euphoria or hallucination.
Yeah.
And that's why
Nitrogen or
deep diving, they use a special mixture of oxygen, helium,
Yes.
and nitrogen called trimix.
What?
Yet it becomes a
Or
problem
trimix.
if you surface too fast.
That's true.
In this case, you develop decompression sickness because the nitrogen that has accumulated in the body as the result of inhaling trimix starts bubbling right there in the diver's bloodstream. To prevent this, you need decompression, a slow, often multi-hour ascent, in the course of which people are suspended in the depth of water, waiting for the extra nitrogen to leave their bodies in the process of breathing. So when Bill Gavin and Parker Turner finally submerged in the Indian Springs cave, they were breathing trimix. Meanwhile, the divers who remained in front of the restriction were using compressed air.
Okay.
This same substance.
It's an easy
was
fix, this
decompression
one.
gas. Gavin and Turner successfully passed the narrow tunnel at the entrance, and for around 25 minutes, they happily explored the undiscovered caves. They had moved 457 meters away from the entrance when their devices
Alright,
indicated
let's make sure
they were
he's
halfway
ready.
out of air. Exact time for that. So Gavin and Turner started the ascent, but approaching the
Make.
restriction, the men saw clouds.
Holy shit.
They couldn't
Pause
understand.
dive talk. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Come on. Come on. Wait a minute. I might unplug the microphone if I stand up anymore. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Is this it? No, it's the next one. Is it the next one? Come on. Fuck. Wait, it's not in. Wait, hold on. It's not in. It's not in the program. Hold on. I didn't put it in yet. Right? Is that what it is? Hold on. I'm so excited. Please. It should do it. If I've got all my eggs in the right basket, I'm pretty sure it's gonna do it. Hold on, hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let him fucking cook. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. No. Damn it. Oh, it's so fucking close. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, some troubleshooting. Okay, and copy make 4. And honestly, I don't look at this. I keep fucking copying files so much. This was at 80,000 yesterday. Like 80,000. Wait. 800,000 yesterday. 800,000 and like maybe it was like maybe 860,000 yesterday, and the storage went down to 69,000. No, 6,900,000. Yeah. Yeah. So I'll delete them later. I need to print some stuff to the screen to show me what's going on. Recipe? Right. Recipe. I really don't think this is necessary. And it's gonna tell me that. Here, recipe is valid. I think I'm understanding you. Again, grammar. Is a grammar thing. Okay. Okay. Give me a sec. I kinda got it in my brain, but I'm gonna just take a second.
And where they came from. But the closer they got to the exit, the worse the visibility became. At some point, they had to rely exclusively on the safety rope for orientation. But at some point, it got cut short. The rope led them to a dead end. It was coming out of a pile of rocks and sand. Gavin,
Yeah, so they had a cave collapse. I remember this incident at Indian Springs. By the way, Indian Springs, perhaps the most beautiful cave in Florida, closed.
You've been oh, that's
Close.
right. Did they explode it on purpose?
No,
Did the
it's
sheriff
not exploded. It's the
when they blew
property,
off the clothes?
from what I understand, the property that, has the entrance to the cave system. It's owned by, I think he's either Boy Scouts or, I don't know, one of those organizations. And they use it for like summer camps and stuff, and they don't allow any diving. If you're watching this from Boy Scouts, if you know who owns this thing, please, we would love to go in and dive. Because it's diveable. We actually reacted to a dive at Indian Springs. I'm going to leave the link up here. But it just looks gorgeous. This cave, and it's massive. Besides the restrictions, it's a massive cave. But what he's talking about is basically the line going into the wall. Imagine you're following the line like, oh man, this is really terrible. What happened? And then you just hit a wall.
And there's no other line to feel around and keep going.
The line goes into the wall.
That's unnerving. That would be a very bad feeling.
Bad day.
and Turner exchanged nervous glances, realizing that the restriction had collapsed. The men tried to clear the passage, but the moment they got rid of one, another one fell in its place. Besides, their activity stirred up even more mud, and the divers couldn't even see each other anymore. Finally, they were forced to swim back to clearer water and think about what to do next. Yet, upon looking at their manometers, the two friends realized they only had 10 minutes worth of oxygen left.
Excuse me.
Bill Gavin decided to look for another exit, despite knowing it didn't exist. And when he returned to the spot where he left Parker Turner, the man wasn't there. Bill thought his friend had gotten out, and, full of hope, he swam to the restriction, but reaching it made him shiver with horror. Gavin understood that his companion was stuck with no chance of going back or air to keep waiting. Yet, it looked like he took his last breath, left his equipment, and swam forward in the hope of reaching the extra air tanks. Whatever had happened, there appeared a small passage in the blockage, and Gavin managed to squeeze himself through. By this time, he had oxygen for around 30 seconds, so Bill swam as fast as he could. The visibility was close to zero due to the mud clouds, but he hoped to see Parker any second. Suddenly, Bill's air had run out, and, holding his breath, he managed to use all of his remaining capacity to reach the life-saving oxygen. But Turner wasn't there. At that moment, Gavin realized his friend had died. The rescue squad was able to confirm this only the following day when the mud clouds in the cave settled around. Turner's body was found just 30 meters from the extra oxygen tanks.
Well,
He was the world's
amazing.
best cave diver and fought until the very end. But Nick,
I mean, I don't know about calling him the world's best cave diver. I mean, it's hard to tell who's the best, even today, with all the information that we have. But the point is, they were very, very experienced cave divers, like elite cave divers. And what happened was, they got to this place, the whole thing got collapsed on top of the line. And they started trying to dig themselves, like, okay, the line is going this way, let's dig. They couldn't figure it out. They were running out of air. They were in open circuit. They were running out of air, and apparently, Gavin did a final attempt to, like, they found like a little hole and said, maybe I can go no mound to the other side of the restriction, no mound, no tanks, to try to find the deco bottles that are on the other side. That was basically what they assumed had happened. One of them made it, one of them did not make it. Now the question is, taking a
Yes!
kind of a morbid conversation.
Oh, fuck you!
Are following the line and
Show me.
to a wall.
Listen, it's easy
Wait a minute.
to tell you I would remain, I would do everything in my power. I would have to really focus hard to try to be calm.
Okay.
Because at first I'm going to be like, oh my
That's
God,
not the
you are going to have
best.
a moment of, I'm freaking out. Like, we could die. You are. Just think about it. You really would have
Interesting.
that moment. in your
It tells me
brain. Remember,
something.
You gotta force yourself, or you could really cause a lot more damage. Calm down. Get your breathing under control. This is what I think I would do. It's easy to say.
Yeah. And I know people are leaving comments like, no, you're an idiot, you wouldn't do that.
I know, I don't know if I could do that. I'm not
Everybody-
bragging.
Maybe.
I tell you what I
Hold-
would
maybe if
try
it-
to get myself to calm down.
Wait,
Good
if
idea,
it starts saying recipe is valid right at the end, I don't know what's going on. Come on, show me. Now it's gonna start saying recipe is valid, right? Fuck. Okay, that's interesting. And it stops working. Okay. This is certainly much slower, but okay, yeah, it still doesn't. I can certainly speed up the testing process by just putting in a couple items, but, no. maybe, if I continue to work on this, but I'm kind of beating my head against the wall here. But I am making progress slowly. Make 6. Fuck. This is so much space. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, this is Reznov. He's fresh new. Make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Egg. Egg is useless. I don't even need to look at it. Maybe I should look at it. Oh, yeah, I don't need that. Deleting. Or it could be useful. It could be useful. I'll keep it for now. Man, make 6. Edit make 6. Show me it again. Recipe is not valid. Make sure I didn't mess that up. Oh. He's backwards. Is not valid. Is it this? No way. Why is there only 2? 9 through 11. 5 through 7. And then... oh, this one... huh? What? Hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Up here. Yeah, and this is all commented out. And I've just been editing this commented out stuff. I should really just delete that stuff. This is again commented out. Okay. Well, hold on a second. I think I'm lagging here. Yep.
And of course, you've got to dig. I mean, there is nothing else you can do, and just try your best to dig your way out. Now, the question I would have also would I be, hey, let's go back on the road. We're on a rebreather. Let's go back to get to visibility so we can write notes. We can talk about it. And we can talk, right? Because right there, maybe we don't even know what happened. Maybe did this collapse or am I in a different line?
Yeah.
Like,
Could be a line
confusion
or something. Yeah.
So I would want to get to a place where you and I could, what's going on, and think.
Yeah.
It would be scary.
You know, and breathing is one of those things that you don't know that you're breathing until you pay attention to your breathing. So I do think that if you go in that headspace of, okay, I need to calm down, and like you try to breathe, like, okay, now I'm gonna focus on breathing and I'm gonna try to calm down. I do think that you can control it better than just having your brain focus on what now? What do we do now? Oh my gosh! Oh no! There's a wall! Oh, there's a wall! Like if your brain is so focused on that, it's not focused on your breathing, and you're over breathing. Now we happen to be in a great place, which is we dive rebreathers, right? And with rebreathers, in like our worst case situation, we would have hours to dig ourselves out. These guys, I mean, I don't know if this is an exaggeration for the video. They were talking about like 30 seconds left of it. Like, I don't know how you even know that. But this guy was down to his last few breaths. With a rebreather, you know, let's say we do a long dive, like a 3-hour dive. I talked to Ed, for example, and he said he's pushed his zorb to 11 hours, 12 hours.
We're not saying you should do that.
Absolutely not. But he, like us, he likes to test stuff. Just like we flooded the sidekick, right?
Else
to
print.
see if it really works after, you know.
Recipe mango is not valid. Which means that this is never true. which means that these are not making this true. If this variable does not equal 0, then slot is valid. Well, it would help if I put it in the right place. Interesting. I don't think that is functioning correctly. But I think it's doing what I want it to. I think that might just do it. Oh my goodness. Fuck me. I think it's working. Fuck! No! Shit! Oh my fucking goodness, damn it. Oh, it's so close. Oh my goodness. Fuck. else print recipe mango is not valid. Click to return false. So right now it's not evaluating this, I don't think. Oh, wait, oh! Again. Please. Yes. 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 Fuck yes. Holy shit. Oh, yes.
Under flooded. He also said, I'm going to try this thing and I'm going to see how long I can use this sword for. And he went past 11 hours, like 15 hours, something crazy like that, right? Now we change sword every 6 hours on the Sidewinder, but Ed did it for like 15 hours or something. So, worst case scenario, we're coming back from a 3-hour dive. We arrive there. We have like 8 hours to figure this out. You know, but let's be conservative. Let's say you have 4 more hours. Like, the time is on our side, unless we have to bail out, which is what could happen if you panic and rip some hose off, flood your rebreather, do something stupid.
Or overbreathe it, right? If you
Or-
start freaking out,
Yeah.
you could actually cause yourself to have a CO2 hit. You're breathing so fast it doesn't have time to dwell in the sword.
Yeah.
And that makes you breathe even more. It's a vicious cycle, right?
Yeah.
Listen, all I want to say is that it's really easy to be armchair quarterbacks, isn't it?
Of course, of course.
I don't know how we would handle it. And
Yeah.
that is the real truth, guys. We
Yeah.
don't know. I don't want to ever be in this situation.
Of course.
And I'm only telling you what I would hope we could manage to do. Maybe we could get ourselves into a place where we could communicate and try to help each other get out of this mess. Maybe. But it's dead. You are facing a deadly situation.
I will say that if there's anything positive that comes out of this conversation is that I didn't make fun of stabbing myself in the heart. That was pretty hard, you know, given the topic that we're having. I know people were like stabbing yourself in the heart. They're already commenting, but I didn't make fun of it. So I get a plus for that.
I don't know how many comments
This
you
bad.
got.
Indian Springs remains one of the most popular and difficult diving spots.
No,
but it's far
it's not
from
popular.
the only one.
Nope.
It can be challenged by Four Sharks Blue Hole in the Bahamas.
I didn't know
It's a
about that.
10-meter wide, narrow coral basin, which gradually widens and gives way to the Caleb Cavern. It goes down to a depth of 60 meters, but in its distant upper corner, there's a narrow crack that has attracted divers' attention. In 1997, one of them was Rob Parker, a skilled English speleologist, mountaineer, and one of the world's best divers. That year, he was invited to shoot a documentary about the Bahamas' blue holes. Rob prepared for the submersion by diving with his companion, Dan Malone. For 10 days straight, they descended to a depth of over 106 meters near Four Sharks, but didn't enter the cave itself. So, when the divers were given 2 days to rest before the start of the filming, Rob decided to secretly dive into the Caleb Cavern, explore the dangerous opening in its distant corner. There were rumors that it hid an enormous chamber with previously unseen sceneries. Parker was an adventurer, so Malone didn't even try to talk his companion out of it, deciding to go with him instead. The other divers who learned about their plan decided to join the two men to support them. Rob and Dan waited for the moment when there were no strong currents in the cave and started their descent. As it turned out, the crack they'd been planning to swim through got as narrow as 60 centimeters. So the men had to take off their oxygen tanks and drag them behind. At some
Killing
point,
me
the
with the
passage became so narrow that the divers couldn't move. Dan alone was frantic, trying to figure out what to do, when suddenly he saw that by some miracle, Bob had squeezed himself through and disappeared. Eventually, both of them ended up in a giant undiscovered cave with breathtaking views. Wow. But almost right away, they had to go back since, because of the passage being so narrow, they'd only taken small oxygen tanks with them. Astonished and sad, the divers began their journey back. But at a depth of 76 meters, Dan ran out of trimmings. He was almost 10 meters deeper than previously planned, but had no options other than to switch to compressed air. At this depth, it was dangerous.
Wow, that's
and Dan
so
immediately
dangerous.
started
Can
experiencing.
we pause it there for a
severe
second so
distress.
we can explain
It
it?
was night.
The reason I don't know what his mix was, but it sounds like if that mix wasn't set up for the proper depth, you could convulse because your oxygen is too high and your body can only take a certain level of partial pressure. You could immediately convulse and die.
Yep.
That's super risky.
Absolutely.
Man, I'm shaking. This one is one of the scariest ones I've ever heard.
Narcosis. It was like he downed a dozen bottles of beer.
That's the other one.
But Malone was an experienced diver and managed to stay calm. Dan was slowly moving forward and gradually returned to the narrow crack. There, as usual, he looked back to make sure Rob was also doing all right. It took the diver a few seconds to realize that right at that moment, his friend started to go down to the bottom. Dan hurried downward and finally caught Rob's leg. The man seemed to be breathing. Bubbles were coming out of his mouthpiece, but that didn't reassure Dan Malone. Firstly, he had lost both of his flippers, which slowed him down significantly. Secondly, he had to push the unconscious Rob through a narrow tunnel. Third, the diver felt the current in the cave become much stronger. But before Dan started seriously worrying, all of a sudden, Rob came around and swam forward cheerfully. Dan couldn't believe his own eyes, but felt incredible relief. Finally, both divers entered the narrow crack leading to the exit and the extra oxygen tanks. But it turned out getting them wouldn't be easy at all.
He's killing me with the oxygen and the tray mix and the flippers. But I have a question for you. So let's say we're diving at the canyon cave, whatever it is, and I lose both my fins. Do you give me one and like we just do one and one fin and just yeah?
And hold on to each other.
Right?
I give you a left one, I have a right one. Our two legs in the middle are touching and they don't do
What?
anything. I mean, we prepare
You're
up.
like, oh yeah? Like that, those potato sack
So
races?
we're next to each other.
Yeah?
You got a fin here and a fin here. These two legs are useless now. I mean, you got to do something. Or I could pull you. I could try to just climb on and pull you.
That's a good question. Like, please leave a comment below. What do you think it would be best?
Let's
Just
try it.
one diver with two fins pulling the other?
How about we
With
try
no
it?
fins? Or each diver with one fin?
I'd like to try it.
Separately or together? Because
Let's
that's
try it.
another thing. You know? Like, we don't have to potato sack race this. Like, be to tether. You know? Like, you go ahead and I go ahead and we just see how you do it.
And imagine if your left foot kick is more powerful than mine or whatever. I'm like, stop it. You're pulling me left.
You're going in circles.
It could be a total
I
mess.
think potato sack racing that's not gonna work.
tough.
Yeah. Anyway.
At some point, the current got so strong the men had to hold on to the safety belt so as not to drift back. They were literally using their arms to pull themselves forward as if climbing up a rope. Finally, having exerted gargantuan efforts, Dan managed to break free from the deadly trap. He grabbed one of the extra decompression tanks before he ran out of air completely. And, just like in the previous story where Bill Gavin was hoping to see his mate Parker, Dan Malone directed his flashlight at the crack in the rock, waiting for Rob. But Rob wasn't coming. Dan was running out of time. He was still under the influence of nitrogen narcosis and had too little oxygen, so the man signaled to the support diver, Tom, to help Rob. Alas, Tom turned out too bulky to pass through the crack. Moreover, he was running out of air as well. Dan Malone was horrified to realize he only had two options: to rush to Rob's rescue and inevitably die, or spend 3 hours undergoing decompression to bring back the news that Rob would not be coming back. Dan chose the second option, and Rob's body was recovered and resurfaced only a few days later when the currents weakened. But every diver reaching significant depths knows there's a risk of remaining underwater forever. Getting a dead diver's body to the surface may sometimes be extremely challenging or even impossible.
By the way,
Especially if the diver died at extreme depths.
From
like
Parker's
in
body.
Bushman's Hole. It's a giant
recovered by
well-like
Brian
cave
Cake.
with a depth of 283
He did that
meters.
recovery.
Yet it's located not in the ocean, but at a private farm in South Africa, at over 1,500 meters above the sea level. That's why, technically, submerging to its floor is equivalent to descending to the depth of 339 meters. To be more precise, that's the depth for which the decompression plan is calculated, since this process also has to do with pressure, and at the altitude of 1.5 kilometers, it's not the same as at the sea level. The process is so complicated that the mark was reached for the very first time by the legendary diver, Nuno Gomes, in 1996, setting the world record for the deepest cave submersion. The descent took him around 14 minutes, and the decompression lasted for over 12 hours.
What was the depth?
Now you understand
You
just
know,
how dangerous
300 something meters, like 1,000 feet. Yeah.
It is, and why the cave
Open
is such a
circuit,
boom
by the way.
for
They did it in open
all
circuit.
over the world. One of them was a young South African extreme enthusiast, Dion Dreyer, who was 20 years old back in 1994. The young man had around 200 submersions under his belt when a group of divers offered him to join their exploration of Bushman's Hole. Dion was thrilled as he dove into the seemingly small puddle, passed through the narrow vertical tunnel, and found himself in one of the world's biggest freshwater caves. The group of divers successfully reached the planned height of 150 meters, although they couldn't see anything except pitch black darkness. They got what they came for.
You think about going to 500 feet and still
the
look
group was
darkness
in for
going
a slow ascent with lengthy decompression. So, the divers started making their way back, keeping an eye on each other's condition. The man swimming before Dion checked whether he was all right from time to time. The young man gestured that everything was great, and they continued moving. But at one point, when the older diver turned back to check on Dion, he didn't see him anymore. Only a dim ray of light was coming from the depths. Horrified, the diver realized it was Dion's flashlight drowning with him. The man stopped the other group members and swam downward as rapidly as he could. But Dion was falling too fast and ended up at a deadly depth. No one from the group could do anything. With a sense of terrible hopelessness and the realization of Dion's death, the divers had to continue their many-hour decompression process. Upon reaching the surface, they called the rescue team. The rescuers sent a robot to the bottom of Bushman's Hole, but didn't manage to find Dion's body. The young man's parents were devastated. Not only had they lost their son, but they were also deprived of a chance to give him a proper goodbye. The Bushman's Hole became his grave, so they installed a memorial board there. Years passed, and the memory of the tragedy began slowly fading, until 10 years later, Dave Shaw dived into the cave. This experienced 50-year-old diver became the third person to have reached the mark of 244 meters in Bushman's Hole.
800 feet.
Shaw got to the cave's very bottom. He was pointing his flashlight at everything around him, when suddenly he saw the human body. Dave immediately realized it was Dion Dreyer. The man tried to get the body up to the surface, but the deceased diver's oxygen tanks were stuck. So Shaw marked the place to find the body the next time he returned, and went up to the surface. He informed the police about his find, and announced to his colleagues and Dion's parents that despite everything, he was going to recover the young man's body from the cave's floor. It was a complex operation, so the preparation for it was very careful. Almost 10 divers were supposed to stay at different depths and hand each other Dion's body, which Dave had to wrap into a special bag. The operation started in the morning of January 8, 2005. Everyone assumed their positions, and the diver closest to Shaw was watching his flashlight move near the bottom, waiting for the man to start ascending. But things didn't go quite as smoothly for Shaw. Upon reaching the place where he previously found Dion, the man saw that only his equipment was still there, and the body itself had drifted away. Shaw started looking for it, and finally saw it in the depth of water nearby. Still, this complicated Shaw's task, so it took longer than he calculated. Meanwhile, the diver above him noticed Dave's flashlight start to move quickly, and finally stopped. The man waited and looked at the spot of light at the bottom intently, but it remained in one place. Eventually, the diver decided to go deeper to check how Shaw was doing. What he saw shocked him. Dave was lying lifeless on the floor of the cave. No diver on the team was qualified enough to go to the bottom of Bushman's Hole, so it was impossible to help Shaw, even if he was still alive. Dumbstruck by what he was witnessed, the diver put something on a special board and passed it on to his partner above. In this way, the writing reached the surface, and everyone found out that Dave wasn't coming back. Considering the difficulty of submerging to the bottom of Bushman's cave, everyone had to accept the gruesome reality that Dave and Dion might remain there forever.
And he
Shaw's
did say,
team and Dreyer's
remember,
parents were
if I
devastated.
die, don't come
Yet
get
there
me.
was nothing
Say
they
Shaw.
could do, so they started packing to leave this deadly place as fast as possible. But before they drove off, something incredible an unexpected happened. Bubbles appeared on the water's surface, followed by the bodies of Dave and Dio. It's unclear exactly why and how it happened, but Shaw managed to get the deceased diver to the surface, even if at the price of his own life. We know that at least 4 divers have lost their lives in Bushman's Hole, yet it remains a mecca for the experienced enthusiasts of the extreme.
I would say not just experience, like this is another level. Let's just put it in perspective. Like I'm never gonna do that.
Yeah, our friend Dr. Harris, Richard Harris, was just at Bushman's Hole, and
Huh.
he went down to, I think it was 800 feet or something.
They
like
do
that.
it. Is that the
There's
highest
no other
dive?
sleeps, but it
And he
just,
went down all
I
the
guess it
way.
just needs a second
And he,
to do a
I
thing.
don't want to disclose everything that happened, but yeah, he had a close call. Yep.
Which is fine. I mean, I'm asking it to do a bunch of stuff.
Very, very proud of Harry, so I'm glad he pulled through and look
Like
forward
what these guys are, you know, another level. Like, okay, we think, you know, Gus and I, we do some cave diving. They're already lying in there.
Yeah.
Many cave divers have been in, but this is
Oh, it's because it's checking all the other slots.
almost any mistake level.
Right.
Nevertheless, some
Right.
places are even more dangerous than this cave, and they have this kind of reputation for a reason. The American city of Santa Rosa in the state
It's
of New
stu- it's
Mexico boasts
kind of
its own
sleeping right in between after it's done grabbing, and then it waits a second. It grabs, and then it's checking, and in between there is kind of hanging out for a second. What is that? Why is it doing that? It's right in between making and checking. No, making and store. Or is it right as it's storing it? So is it before or after it has stored? Oh, that's interesting as well. That shouldn't happen. But yeah, I'll be able to make it better. Guys. Nice. think it's just running is valid. That's inside the while loop still, though. Or the for loop. Turn item count. Slot 1 through 3. So this should pass as a 1, 2, and a 3. Oh. I don't think that's gonna fix it. Will it? No, surely not. Maybe I did just forget them everywhere. What the heck, man? What the heckle heck? Okay, if it happens again, I don't know what's going on, because I just looked at the next line and it should be okay. Come on, baby. It's strange that it's just moved downwards now. Should be the same as the one above. Oh. That'll do her. Okay, that makes a little more sense why it's pausing there. It's because it's checking everywhere. But no, there is a little pause. Hold on. Right before it's checking the slots, there's a pause. Oops. Don't craft my bag, man. Right before this is firing off, there's a pause. And it's on. Is it because he's turning around? Because if so, that's understandable. If I can somehow angle myself in a way to look at him while I'm... it's pretty impossible. Yeah, it's gonna be him turning around. Yeah, that's just him turning around. Hold on, let me catch it. Yep. Okay. Turns around. Yep. Okay. That's fine. I could switch his input, which is, you know, I'm gonna, for every single, you know, once I have those turtles over there that are making the andesite alloy and stuff, once I have them running this program that doesn't put little items in. I mean, if you do something like this, right, he's still gonna craft, because he still thinks this is a valid crafting recipe. Yeah, see. So, but that's okay, because I'm handling the inputs. They're not ever gonna get random items. And, so long as at least one slot has no items, he will stop. And there will never be an incorrect item in the slot, because all the other chests will have the right items. So it should be fine. Now he stops. And I can get rid of the mango part. Interesting. This is redundant. Very, 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 very good. Yes. Once again. Just one more time, Reznov. Go ahead and do it for me. Oops. Oh. A good boy. Wow, so that doesn't even... So 8 doesn't craft 1. Wow. Maybe I should go with the smaller number. But I swear, no, 8 is divisible, but it's 9. Oh, I did the math wrong. I see. Well, no, it's just because 64... And then the 9, it takes 9 and then 64, but then 8. But then you need 9 to make the thing, so 64 isn't it? Yeah, so probably 6. But oh well. It's fine. It works just as fine as I need it to. To update the other guys over here would be just a little bit. I'm not gonna do that because they're working fine right now, and I'm not gonna automate them just yet. But they will receive this update from Reznov. Not even from Reznov, that's just the turtle that I programmed it on. They will be able to tell how many thingies. Let me go get some wood for more of these. Because I would like to have more filters here. But you know what? Why don't we put Harry over here? And Harry will do some crafting for me. I don't really need to do that right now, but I could just, you know, do a little for now sort of situation. Like, if I were to just go like this, and then get out my entire ender chest setup for 2 pipes real quick. Hold on. Put on the dream music. Ooh. That's the red pipes. I don't want the red pipes. Oops. Then he can come and grab from this. What happens if this is full? This will get full, and then this will not accept things, and then this won't let things come into it. Okay, so that will get full. So we can just have a little place right here for a turtle to sit. I don't know, a lot of fucking things. Must have put it all away. Why am I small? Get out of my way. I hate this sandstorm. I absolutely detest it. It makes me slow and I don't like it that much. I don't quite care for that. I don't quite care for that. Right. Oops. Oh, it's okay. Alright, I think I can put things. Let's just get Reznov to do it for a second. Okay, Reznov. This is what you've been trained to do. Do it. I should really just give him a bigger chest. Zanderbottom? One second, my good sir. Oh, he stopped because he... What a good boy. Okay, go again. I could certainly up how much he crafts at once and that would speed it up. But then he would not... Oh, you know, I could have a mode and have him be even more smart. So, like, he'll do this. And then he'll try to make a smaller quantity. I think that would work, but it would be even more long of a program from the way that I've been writing it. But I could... someone who knows better than I do would probably be able to accomplish it. Like, have different modes that he does. Like, he's on a craft 64 for each slot. I could pass it with a variable, and then, yeah, just have it on startup. You know, like, before he starts running, there's a menu, and then you put in a variable, and then that is set for each slot. I could definitely easily do that. I'm just not going to do that right now. But I'll remember to do that. Because I just... The Funshine X guy... I watched some of his videos, and I watched him code a menu. And I have some idea as to how to make a better menu now, but I kind of don't want to just go boom, take his code and make that my menu here. I want to kind of understand it, and I'm getting a better idea with the loops now, and getting them to return information to other parts of functions and stuff. And returning information outside of a loop, which is something that I was getting caught up on. But yeah, now, like, on this, it's just under a he will get it down to under a stack, which is nice. So then it's just boom. Like that. That's great for now. That's fantastic. Because now, I mean, yeah, I can do this. Oh, too high. Yeah, we can come here. We can do this. No, I don't gotta fucking... Yeah, it'd be way quicker once I get the variable put in. And then he'll stop once he's out of items. And then I could even have him go back to the beginning of the menu so that I can just, boom, put in a new variable. Or the turtle, could just go and try a new variable, you know, from that menu. But this is such good progress. Oh my goodness. You know, why don't I just go ahead and put in the variable? And this is, I'll just put it for everyone. What's Y? Well, no, that's not a good one. We'll do V B N M H J L capital A. Capital A. Nope. X capital A. Nope. Suck XA. XA. Suck XA. Suck XA. Suck XA. Suck XA. Save. Suck XA. Suck XA. Suck XA. I believe I can just define it at the top of the program in the local variables. If it's going to be used everywhere, I think. I'll check. It'll tell me if it won't work. Was that it all? It was? What the fuck? Local XA equals we're gonna go 32. Alright, let's see if it doesn't like that. Or if it starts crafting like crazy. I think he's crafting like crazy. Fantastic. Okay, I need to keep up with him now. Yes. This is what it is to be a programmer. You fail and fail and fail. And as you fail, you continue to be vigilant. And every time that you fail a little differently, you get a little secret told to you. And sometimes it's real hard to see it. But the things that make you annoyed and upset are the things that tell you that is what's going on. And that you got a thing right there that you gotta look at. And even if it's like, no, that's what I want the code to do, I'm pretty sure it's correct. Try rewriting around it and try restating it differently. And like earlier, I was putting everything on one line, and then that was just helping me. Like, that would put it, boom, like this is what is wrong. And like, I would see, oh, I've got a grammar issue. Okay, boom, I'm gonna try and sort that out. And then see if I can word it different or word it in a different way. So 32. Yeah, 1, 3, I guess. Oh my goodness. We do not do that. Easy craft. P1.2. A way to distinguish that I have... This is a copy of something. Like, there's a backup of it. And this is not something that needs to be backed up. The exclamation mark on the end, so as to say that I do not need it in my file system. Exclamation mark, I need it in my file system. It's important. Exclamation mark on the other side, I don't need it. It's not important. Yeah, okay. Make dir copy. Move. This is in the disk still. Make block. Delete make block. Make VX. Do I have that over there? I'm pretty sure I do. Let's see turtle programs. I'll put it over there just in case. It's just an old version of the program that I've been working on. So honestly, I don't need it. Let's edit it. Edit, make, VX. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really need this. Copy. Alright, I think I'm gonna go put this file on my computer, and I'm gonna go to Sleepy. Reznov can chill out here with Nugget. Nugget and Reznov can hang out. And I'll just put those away later. And this stuff can just fuck off. Disk into drive, but out of stool. CD inload. Copy disk / copy Inloads. CD inloads. CD copy. CD move inloads. 'AZ Craft, Plat, B Plat, that's the one I like. AZ Craft. Good. Okay. Six seven zero 878 670 878 670 878. What in the heck is... Why does everybody just do this? Does it just go on one line, or does it do multiple lines? I bet you it will actually return both lines. What the fuck? Some banging outside? I don't know what the fuck that was. Motherfuckers. Well, it's Saturday already. I told him 3 days. Oh well. I don't think a dog can understand human language. But I did try a sort of non-verbal communication language with him. So, instead of saying 3 days, I spun around in circles. And each time I completed a circle, I showed him a new finger. So I spun in circle once, and I showed him one finger. And I spun in circle again, I showed him 2 fingers. And I showed him a third time. And he looked like he kind of was like, I don't know what he was talking about. But he seemed not too confused. So that's a start.
It's
Familiar with this one,
both
too.
experienced divers beginners. This reservoir is a natural artesian well with crystal clear water. From above, it looks like a small lake with a diameter of 24 meters, almost doubling in width near the bottom. The cave's depth is also 24 meters, but these parameters don't seem like anything compared to the deadly places we discussed previously. So why are we talking about Santa Rosa Blue Hole? That's because at the bottom of this natural pool, there is an entrance to a cave system. The unknown tunnels were first explored by two beginner divers in 1976. But Santa Rosa Caves turned out to be too harsh with amateurs. The men got lost in the underwater rock maze and died. The search and recovery of their bodies was a challenging task for the local rescue team. Entering the caves required impeccable diving skills, and the rescuers had no map for orientation in the tunnels. Still, they managed to find and surface the dead divers' bodies. Moreover, in the process of the search, the rescue team explored a part of the caves and reached a depth of 58 meters. However, the underwater tunnels turned out to be so dangerous that the landowners decided to block the entrance to them with a metal grid. It stayed there for 40 years.
Oh, I could click. Holy shit. Oh my fucking goodness, I can click. And I can do that.
So the expedition had the best possible.
What?
The first person to enter the cave was supposed to be Mike Young.
Okay, that's
And
just
his
crazy.
colleague, Shane Thompson was supposed to stay on the ground, in the reserve, so to speak. Thompson used to serve as a diving instructor for the U.S. Navy and had around 20 years of experience.
Wow.
Maybe that's why he didn't want to wait and dived into the blue hole together with Young. And it was Shane who was the first to push through the narrow passage to the cave system. Apart from it being pitch
I think
dark,
that's good.
the
Yeah,
divers
I
had
don't
also
need it
disturbed the sediment
on the
that
first
had been
one.
gathering at the bottom for 40 years.
But you
So,
know, I'll just
this
go ahead and do
radiated
this
caused a
for the
significant
first
drop in
line.
visibility, and the flashlights were almost of no help in the muddy water. Still, the divers kept on moving, and soon Shane noticed a tunnel that seemed to be leading to a large cave. But the muddy water and the optical illusion stopped the men from seeing the whole picture.
This is a good video.
The reality was that the
Exactly
tunnel
what it
got
looks
much narrower
I was
before
just
turning
thinking
into a
that.
wide
That's really
path.
well done.
So, moving while relying almost exclusively on touch, Shane reached the narrowest spot and got stuck. Moreover, due to poor visibility, Young didn't notice at first that something had gone wrong and wanted to pass by his companion, but got stuck as well. Nevertheless, he kept calm and realized that the only right option was to return to the previous place. Yet Shane, for some reason, lost his self-control and started thrashing as if in a seizure, hitting his fellow diver with his flippers
I
and
remember
trying
Mike
to push forward.
saying this.
At first, Young, who successfully reached the wide tunnel, didn't understand what had happened. He waited for Shane to come back, but the man was taking very long. Young approached the narrow passage again and was astounded to see that Shane was gone. Young managed to get his head and arm with the flashlight through the crack, but Shane was nowhere to be found. The man had to decide whether to risk getting stuck and possibly dying to find Shane, or to leave
I
his
know I
team
said I was going to sleep, but I don't
for
want to
Young,
go to sleep.
it was an obvious choice, so he slowly started moving forward. It took a very long time, but the diver reached the next cave. He swam to the widest tunnel.
So you know what that means? It's a little smoke break.
At the end of an extremely steep and narrow passage, Young saw his fellow diver dead. It shook the man deeply, and he realized that now he had to fight for his own life to make it back to the surface and inform the others of his teammates' death.
With that
Young
tear,
used up
Bryson,
all of his
I never
energy and
saw
oxygen
that.
supply, but
Oh,
eventually
and I
managed
just
to get
charged
out.
this thing.
However, getting Shane's body back to the surface took a
So,
long
the next
No one
next thing
But the death of a
is
professional like Shane was proof that
wood.
cave diving
Wood, baby, wood. We're gonna wood, baby, wood.
closed forever, and the memorial board was installed.
Let's look at this
Although these tragedies
cutter
happened,
thing from
on the history
Create
of
a
diving,
mechanical
approximately 6
bearing.
million people in the world continue doing it. Still,
That's it?
experienced
Only 6
divers
million
know
divers?
that the ocean
Mechanical
and caves
bearing.
must be treated
Yeah.
with responsibility and respect,
How old's this? I
or
don't know.
they can take cruel revenge. What is your opinion? Is it worth it to try and get a dead diver's body to the surface, no matter how serious the risk is?
I mean, I don't. To answer that question, you really, really got to know what you're doing. I mean, not only just know what you're doing, it's not just knowing what you're doing. It's more about
I'll need a bunch of fucking
you are
putters.
the type of person that is willing to sacrifice your own life to potentially do a good deed like that. Because you
Yeah, I'm gonna need a
have to
bunch of
accept that
putters.
there's a good chance.
And can the saw
Something
cut
scary.
a tree?
It makes me say, I'm so not doing that stuff. I don't.
Oh
wanna
my
do that.
goodness, a saw
I don't
can
have
cut a
desire,
tree.
in other words, to be in that level.
So that's
To
how
answer
it's
that
done,
question,
okay.
Yes, at the end, is it worth going to get the body, of a dead diver in a cave? I think the answer is it depends. I think that
Oh, it does the whole damn
the vast
thing,
majority
okay.
of people that die in caves are not doing dives like this.
Does it do
Right?
special
They are
trees?
the open circuit divers that are perhaps an open
Okay,
circuit
okay.
diving instructor that
So
thinks
we
they can
are
do in a
gonna
cave and they go in and run out of air. They get
get
lost
that
and die.
going.
In caves that are simple, like Peacock Springs.
Get
type
that
of,
going.
nothing extreme.
And then we
right,
need
what these
another
guys
one
are
of
doing.
these guys.
If you dive at 900 feet deep or whatever, is it worth going to get you? No.
We did
The
that
answer is
and we
no.
did that.
But if you died in a
I don't need
cave
that on there,
where,
that's just a
you're
problem.
risking your life because you're having to bring
Accident.
somebody out.
Make some more,
I
like,
think it's worth going and
6,
getting them out. I think that
8,
I don't think there's a cave in a world where I could
8
see in
of
and I
them.
would
That's gonna
die,
be a lot, but I can
and
do it
person wouldn't
at
be able
a
to go
different
and get
place
me out. You know
with
what I'm saying? Like, there's
windmills.
no place that is
So at the create
so
place, we're gonna do
dangerous
this,
that
yeah?
Dad would be like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go
That,
get
that
it.
you're willing.
We're gonna do
Right,
that
I'm willing to. So I think
at
the vast majority
Odie's.
of scenarios in cave diving,
Yeah?
the people that actually do that, body recovery,
I keep
like
saying
Ed
that.
and Mike and Brian Kinko,
Yeah, I
Patrick
think we'll do
Whitman, and
it
all
there.
these experts, right, that are out there doing this work, they are
Set
in
up
the
the
vast
tree
majority
farm
of
over
cases,
there.
way more
To
skilled
start. It's
and
an easy
capable
thing, you
than
don't gotta
people
make it
that
look
dive
too nice, you can
in
make
the
it look
cave.
nice later.
So, for those people, I think that in the vast majority of cases, yes, they should
Let's
go.
go scout out a
They are
place
willing
for
to
it.
do it, and they have the skills to do it. But in some
I
of
didn't
the
smoke
other
yet.
extreme cases, like
I'm
Dave
I'm
Shaw,
sorry.
no.
I'm being fickle.
The last example that they talked about was, I believe, the very first Mr. Fallen story that we reacted to, and we brought Mike to discuss it. We brought Mike into the show as
Don't worry, guys. 4chan is still down as we're speaking, okay?
I've already seen this.
Today, we're heading over 390 million miles away from Earth to explore one of the most extreme and violent places in our solar system, Io, Jupiter's hellish moon. But what makes this moon so wild? And why does a place so far from the sun burn so brightly with heat? In this video, we explore a world where fire meets ice and where chaos never stops. Io defies the typical expectations we have of natural satellites. Most moons in the solar system are cold, geologically dead, and marked by ancient craters. Io is the opposite. It is the most volcanically active body in our entire solar system. Io is roughly the same size as our own moon, measuring about 3,643 kilometers across. That's where the similarities pretty much end. Io has a mean density of 3.53 grams per cubic centimeter, suggesting a composition dominated by silicate rock and a core of iron or iron sulfide. This is a rocky, dry world with no ice caps, no oceans, and no atmosphere capable of supporting life as we know it. Being the innermost of the 4 large Galilean moons, Io orbits Jupiter at an average distance of about 421,700 kilometers, completing an orbit around Jupiter in just 1.77 Earth days, moving incredibly fast compared to many other moons in the solar system. It is tidally locked,
So the same face of Io always points toward Jupiter, much like our own moon does in Earth. Here's the twist. Io's orbit is slightly elliptical due to a gravitational tug-of-war with two of Jupiter's other Galilean moons, Europa and Ganymede. These interactions create what's known as an orbital resonance. For every time Ganymede orbits Jupiter once, Europa does it twice, and Io does it 4 times. Because of this resonance, Io's orbit is constantly being pulled slightly out of shape, which leads to intense tidal heating inside the moon. Think of a rubber ball being squeezed and released repeatedly. That's essentially what happens to Io. This constant flexing heats its interior to the point where rock melts. Unlike Earth, where volcanoes are fueled by localized hotspots and tectonic plate movements, Io's entire surface is under pressure from this relentless internal churning. The result of this heating is evident everywhere on the moon's surface. Io has more than 400 active volcanoes, with some plumes reaching hundreds of kilometers into space. Temperatures on the surface vary drastically. On average, the surface temperature is around -130 degrees Celsius. Near active lava flows, it can spike to over 1,300 degrees Celsius. Despite these extremes, Io does have an atmosphere, though only that stretches the definition. It is incredibly thin, composed mostly of sulfur dioxide gas that sublimates from the surface when warmed by sunlight. This fragile atmosphere collapses when Io enters Jupiter's shadow, causing the sulfur dioxide to refreeze and fall back as frost. Volcanic eruptions also inject gases directly into the atmosphere, creating transient clouds and towering plumes that momentarily thicken the air near eruption sites. Although too thin to support weather or life, Io's atmosphere plays a key role in redistributing sulfur compounds across the surface, and in shaping the moon's eerie appearance. Io's surface looks like something out of a surreal painting. Swirls of yellow, streaks of red, blotches of white, and patches of green. These vivid colors are chemical signatures of extreme geological and atmospheric processes that play out in real time on the most volcanically active body in the solar system. The yellow comes primarily from elemental sulfur, a substance released in massive quantities during volcanic eruptions. On Earth, we see sulfur in places like volcanic fumaroles and hot springs, while on Io, it's everywhere, spread across plains, coating calderas and condensing in the thin, cold atmosphere before falling back to the ground like chemical snow. Elemental sulfur can exist in different allotropic forms depending on temperature and pressure, and many of those forms are yellow. At surface temperatures around -143 degrees Celsius, sulfur tends to crystallize into a bright yellow solid, giving Io its most recognizable visual identity. The reds and oranges often mark areas of recent volcanic activity, especially around lava lakes, vents, and caldera cores. The red tones typically result from short-chain sulfur molecules and sulfur dioxide frost that have been altered by heat or exposed to energetic particles from Jupiter's magnetosphere. The white areas on Io aren't smoky, but they're not too far off in cosmic. These regions are typically covered in frost, mostly frozen sulfur dioxide. In colder regions, especially those in prolonged shadow or far from active volcanic zones, sulfur dioxide condenses directly into a white frost. Green is perhaps the most unexpected color on a planetary body. This coloration likely comes from different sulfur compounds that have been chemically altered by radiation. One candidate is sulfur monoxide, a molecule unstable under Earth-like conditions, but more common on Io, especially in the presence of extreme heat and ionizing radiation. The interaction between sulfur monoxide, elemental sulfur, and sulfur dioxide can result in complex chemical residues that reflect greenish wavelengths. It is also possible that the green hues represent transitional oxidation states of sulfur, where temperature and electron exposure cause molecular shifts that alter how the surface reflects light. But color on Io isn't static. It changes constantly due to new eruptions, frost cycles, and bombardment from space.
The moon's surface is in perpetual flux. Some volcanic plumes shoot material over 300 kilometers into space before it rains back down across the surface. These plumes contain a mix of gas and fine particulates, mostly sulfur compounds and silicates, which blanket nearby terrain in fresh deposits. When these deposits cool and settle, they change the color of the air. For example, the volcano Pelly, one of Io's most powerful and persistent, has been observed creating vast reddish ring around its vent, the result of hot material falling back and chemically reacting with the colder environment. The volcanoes on Io are unlike anything else in the solar system. They're built on entirely different glues, fueled by tidal energy rather than tectonic or radioactive heat, and shaped by an environment of low gravity, thin atmosphere, and exotic chemistry. We're talking about a worldwide network of active calderas, towering lava fountains, massive flow fields, and eruption plumes that can reach into space. Io is, in a very literal sense, a planet-sized volcano wearing a thin crust. Io's volcanoes are often centered around vast calderas. Depressions formed when surface rock collapses into empty magma channels. But unlike Earth's calderas, which might stretch a few kilometers, some of Io's span over 200 kilometers across. Lucky Patera, the most famous of them, is a lava lake roughly the size of Lake Ontario. Its surface periodically overturns in a wave of solidified crust sinking into molten lava, triggering a massive increase in brightness visible even from Earth-based infrared telescopes. This overturning can happen in a matter of days or weeks, and when it does, Lucky temporarily becomes the most powerful volcano in the solar system. Many of the volcanoes appear as dark spots in visible light. These are often basaltic lava flows, rich in magnesium and iron, spreading across Io's surface in relatively thin layers.
Ain't that about a bitch?
Infrared. These regions glow with intense heat. As I mentioned earlier, temperatures in Io's lava flows exceed 1,300 degrees Celsius, higher than any lava temperatures recorded on Earth, suggesting ultramafic compositions that are more primitive and mantle-like than typical terrestrial basalt. The terrain around these volcanoes is shaped by constant resurfacing. Lava spreads across plains, covers older craters, and forms overlapping flows. Because Io's surface is so young, geologically speaking, it renews itself so frequently, there are virtually no impact craters. Everything gets buried, melted, or reshaped before a crater can survive long. The shapes of lava flows themselves are also different. On Earth, lava typically follows gravity, forming sinuous rivers of molten lava. On Io, the lower gravity and higher temperatures allow flows to travel farther and faster, creating broad, sheet-like deposits that spread for hundreds of kilometers. It's worth mentioning that many of Io's volcanoes don't erupt from tall edifices or singular vents. They emerge from fractures, fissures, or collapsed zones where the crust has given way to internal pressure. This makes the volcanic landscape irregular, with overlapping calderas, sunken pits, and fissure-fed lava fields. We'll see few step-sided cones or shield volcanoes. Instead, eruptions carve wide scars into the surface or build shallow depressions flooded with magma. These paterae are often rimmed by cliffs, collapsed walls that outline where the crust has sunk into a depleted magma channel. The activity level is staggering. At any given moment, dozens of active eruptions may be occurring across the moon. Io doesn't go dormant. It pulses, spasms, and bleeds molten rock like a living body caught in an endless gravitational seizure. And this isn't a localized phenomenon, it's planetary. The volcanic heat from Io outpaces that of any other body in the solar system, relative to its size. In fact, Io emits more heat per square centimeter than Earth does, despite having no sun-driven climate system. That energy all comes from internal tidal heat. As alien and unrelenting as Io's volcanoes appear, massive lava lakes, collapsing pits,
and sky-high plumes. What we've known about them until recently came largely from brief, distant encounters. That change was naturally Juno. Though Juno was built to study Jupiter itself, its extended orbit has allowed for repeated close flybys of Io, and this time, the instruments are sharp. Using the Jovian Infrared Auroral Mapper, or GIRAM, and the high-resolution visible light camera, Juno has identified at least 40 lava lakes across the surface, indicating that these molten reservoirs are more common than previously thought. These lakes vary in size, with diameters ranging from 10 to 100 kilometers. Juno's observations have also highlighted the presence of hot rings around several craterrae, indicative of active lava lakes. In addition to these findings, Juno has captured Steeple Mountain, a remarkable geological feature distinguished by its sharp, towering structure that rises approximately 5 to 7 kilometers above the surrounding terrain. This steep, jagged peak
Shut.
stands out against Io's tortured surface.
Shut.
The mountain
Run out of body energy.
result of intense
Can't
tectonic forces
fucking dig anymore.
where rapid resurfacing and subsidence stress contribute to the creation of such isolated, steep structure. Features like Steeple Mountain raise deeper questions, literally. To the surface, this
Nah,
action
Christ.
while being constantly reshaped. What's happening beneath it? For a long time, scientists suspect
You're down on your bloody luck.
volcanism might be driven by a global subsurface magma ocean.
I know the whole rook's going.
Molten layers sitting beneath a relatively thin crust. That idea in itself
You've got a
is
good-
the base of such intense,
I can't
widespread
remember.
surface activity.
That oil rig game.
Recent gravity data collected
Just a
by
trip,
Juno
that one.
changed that view. Close flybys of Io have allowed Juno to detect subtle variations in the moon's gravitational field, variations that wouldn't occur if there were a fully molten global ocean beneath the surface.
I put Nugget away.
Instead, these readings are more consistent with a mostly solid interior punctuated by localized reservoirs of molten rock. In other words, Io's volcanoes are powered by individual magma chambers, not a planet-wide lava ocean. These magma chambers are the result of tidal flexing, which, as I explained earlier, happens due to Io being constantly pulled and stretched by Jupiter's immense gravity and the orbital tugs of Europa and Ganymede. But the resulting internal heat doesn't distribute evenly. Instead, it pulls into specific zones, creating pockets of partially or fully molten rock beneath the crust. Each of these pockets can be a surface volcano, forming its own isolated volcanic system. The behavior of some of Io's most active volcanic sites supports this model. Lucky Patera, for instance, doesn't erupt randomly. It shows a clear pattern, periodic resurfacing event caused by a wave of overturning lava. That kind of rhythmic, self-contained activity suggests the presence of a dedicated chamber beneath it, one that fills, pressurizes, and erupts on its own cycle. Other volcanoes like Pele and Prometheus behave similarly, with eruptions that are both powerful and spatially confined. This shift in understanding explains why volcanic activity on Io can vary so dramatically from one region to the next, even when those regions are geographically close. What we're seeing on Io's surface is not just eruption after eruption. It's the topography of an interior constantly rearranging itself through localized, high-pressure systems. Taken together, these latest discoveries complete the most detailed picture we've ever had of Io. And with every new pass of Juno, every image returned, we're not just seeing Io more clearly, we're watching it change in real time. This is a world in motion, and we're just starting to understand how deep that motion goes.
No, please. I have too many levels. No, thank you. No, thank you. We will not be having any of that. No, thank you. Not right now. Not at 5 in the morning. Not next week. Not ever. Yeah, let's just get both of them going. You have it on you. Right? Yeah, okay. And what is on the disc? Okay, just my crafting thing. Okay, let us go. And honestly, let me just make sure that's... AG Craft V 1.2. Yep. And let's stop editing files after they've been named like this. No more editing them and then saving them like that. If I want to edit a file like this that is a program, I need to copy it and then edit that copy and stop messing with this, and then that copy should not be named this, like the way that I've been doing it for like when I was making the crafting program. That will just clear any confusion. That will make sure that anything that I delete, I can be comfortable deleting. Okay, I need to copy the platform program from Seth Bling onto this disk. SB10-platform to disk /m, and then just call it Seth platform. Can you access the disk? You can. So two turtles can access the same disk at once. Copy disk /m/ Seth Bling m/ What happened with that Seth platform part? I needed the slash right there if I wanted that. I don't think anything happened. Yeah, I think it didn't do anything. Fuck. Motherfucker. And call it Seth Platform. Unless Seth Platform. I'm gonna stick this right back in there. Or actually, it's useful to have on me. All my other discs are in my ender chest, but these fucking Endermen, brother, they are just here all the time. I don't have a dirt bin. Where's the dirt going? Is it just getting tossed? Yeah, it's probably just getting tossed. Yep. Just into the trash. That's okay. I mean, honestly, well, you can make dirt from sand in the metallurgic infuser using biofuel. And so it is renewable. Don't gotta worry about it.
This critical aspect of his condition, often overlooked, became a pivotal
71.
The injury severely curtailed his maneuverability, especially
71. Okay.
passages that demanded the utmost agility and flexibility. As the three friends would have to delve deeper into the cave system, the combination of the challenging environment for both the equipment and the Miller's physical limitations created a scenario fraught with danger. The cave's claustrophobic passages became a gauntlet barely wide enough to
Interesting.
16-foot 3x4 meter opening. The beginning of the cave almost moved on to 5 meters. Divers made their descent to a vertical crack, or known as S1, leading to the honest edge of a shaft called S3. The cave's complex layout includes several chimney vaults.
I don't actually have a refuel program on here.
Wide yet treacherous, lies 541 feet, 165 meters beneath S3. The journey beyond is marked by poor visibility, dense settlement, and the challenges of navigating its spears. The fissure's floor, strewn with sharp fossil-rich boulders, leads to a constricted passage culminating in a disturbance zone at 1,800 feet, 555 meters, and descends into a steep gravel-filled corridor. This formidable cave stretches over 4,000
turtle dot. Refuel. Sorry for bumping the mic so much. Leg itches. The entrance to the cave presented the first test of their resolve. Buried with a cumbersome rebreather, John and Willie cautiously navigated the confined space. Every move was measured, as the risk of entrapment in such tight quarters was a constant threat. Approximately 13 meters into the dive, John encountered the upper ledge of the shaft, known as S2. Descending into S2 was like plunging into an abyss. The water turned icy and pitch black, forcing them to allow silicone flashlights to pierce the engulfing darkness. The shaft tested his skills at work as he made his way deeper.
I love how they sensationalize this for like to create like some kind of pitch black wandering hole. Like, you know, I want artificial. So what? So like to the front. Just keep it right. But like there's no need
The chilling waters of oppressive darkness and the sense of possibilities which revolves around ominously close. Every decision John made carried weight. As a single misstep concludes with catastrophe. The cave steps were unforgiving, and the complexity of the environment demanded constant vigilance.
By the way, I hate it when people that don't know anything about games talk about game time like one mistake and you're dead. It's not like that. We carry backwards and over backwards. Like, minimum, just a big life when we use them. The minimum amount of life we take is 3. And most of us carry 4 or more. You've got 2 in the helmet, 1 in your hand, 2 in your pocket. And that is if your primary fails to go to the secondary. If you drop your secondary to one of this, you go to the tertiary, and then your body has 3 more. Like, there's so much factor that this whole notion that you can unmove, you know, like, that's just not. No, we have catastrophic reserves out of game. You have a reserve that you completely fail. So, yeah, this is.
The underwater passage was elaborate, with each twisting turn holding potential dangers from sudden drop-offs to narrow bottoms that could easily ensnare John. The chilling silence of the cave was broken only by the sound of his breathing and the bubbles rising from his rebreather. As he ventured further, the cave's claustrophobic grip tightened. There's no bubble passage narrowed, and the sediment-strewn floor became more treacherous, with jagged rocks and boulders lurking in the shadows. The cave's environment was a constant battle against the elements. The cold water was sapping the strength from the very passages to make it precision.
I'm not really focused on this guy's words, to be perfectly honest. I'm just looking for the facts. I don't know if this is this. I think they said this is actual footage. So it was. I don't know because this guy's pretty exact. We certainly are understanding the terms. I'm not overly critical of things way more than this. I'm just saying a lot of things that aren't right. I've said a lot of things that are right. Well, we never. That was not the problem. Every time I could have paused. So let's move that along. Right now, it's time to focus on the facts of what happened here. Go.
In the darkness around him,
What? You just ate your brother. What? What the fuck? It attacked him. Because they got in each other's way, I guess. That's horrible. I mean, I guess it's cool. Because, you know, turtles can get each other and stuff. I've seen people make the self-replicating turtles and stuff.
The ChatGPT copyright, that please write a description narrative of the most dangerous adjectives you can use to describe a value. ChatGPT. Like I'm gonna do. He's stuck digging. He's the next one. I'm gonna do a really. See what I call it.
If I get that on this collection structure floor, it's not coated with chunky blocky materials. To the right of the ground floor, the air crevice opens, leading to a level in the passage. This area is fraught with challenges. Significant sediment accumulation resulted in intense turbidity, clouding John's vision and complicating navigation.
Yeah, this is
The water, drifted a particular manner, overly disorienting and murky bed, demanding the utmost concentration and skill to proceed. Despite the conditions, John's resolve remained unshaken. The underwater realm fueled his determination to start.
Oh wait, ChatGPT loves the word realm. That's how you that. Yeah, it does. Trying not to lie the treacherous and forbidding. ChatGPT is busy writing the most scary description right now. Yeah, we should do one. We should do one. Alright? Jagged and unforgiving. Have you met all that guy out? Navigate through the labyrinth tunnels. Intensify, dude. Did you chat GPT this? I'm just saying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call it. I know. In the depths of the underwater cave.
Damn it. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Man.
With seasoned expertise, John meticulously maneuvered through the claustrophobic route, rising every group and calculating
Oh.
the incline seriously with exceptional control and awareness, as any
Oh, my goodness.
equipment failure. Monitoring his depth gauge and air supply with unwavering attention, John advanced through the passage and commenced directly below into the shaft floor of S3. The once open hull had succumbed to a collapse, varying in elevation 98 feet at 30 meters, transforming into a treacherous maze of depleted tight squeezes. After covering a daunting distance of approximately 1,921 feet above the warfare slide, the geological challenge marked by steep slopes and unpredictable terrain. Angling sharply downward, the passage was lined with accumulations of gravel banks, remnants of ancient underwater currents, now silent and still. The gravel banks, the labyrinth of natural barriers, impeded his progress, forcing him to navigate cautiously. The loose gravel, the steep GPT is a treacherous landscape where every movement to trigger a cascade, altering the cave's delicate equilibrium. As John delved deeper, the cave's confining walls seemed to close around him, creating a palpable sense of claustrophobia. The limited space, combined with the sheer depth he had reached, underscored the risks of his solitary endeavor. His air supply, a lifeline on his side, he was a crucial link its precious lives. To the middle of the earth, I carried the circumference. John calculated his aerospace, ensuring he would bring about for a safe descent. In scuba diving, particularly in the overhead environments of
Sorry, I'm keep on being paranoid that the stream's not working.
Yeah,
Okay, let's get on with it. I need to bring some shit over there. Namely this. Let's go to the crafting area. Alright, that's a little interesting. I still have things out over here? Oh, I do. That's crazy. I'm normally not one to do that. That was this play session. What the heck? Well, I mean, I guess it was at the start of the stream. And, oh, that was right as I went to go play Team Fortress 2. Okay. I have my stuff. I'm gonna go to the crafting room. Get rid of that awful debuff. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, making some create stuff. Yep, I might need a couple things to make what I want.
Each twist and turn of the cave is a puzzle, demanding meticulous attention and skill. The journey back is as much a mental challenge as a physical one. Each stroke took it closer to safety, but the oppressive darkness and the knowledge of the cave's hidden dangers weighed it heavily on me. The return swung as a race against time and his dwindling air reserves. Navigating through the cave's claustrophobic passages was a cumbersome rebreather presented the formidable challenge. But the carelessly positioned portals could easily become dislodged, transforming the route to a perilous trap.
Both things are happening right now. I am making the create place. This is where the create base is going to be. Like where most of my, like, nice create setup. That's where that's going to be. I'm trying to stop building here as much as possible. Because there's so much going on here already, and the amount of create machines, and it's all water wheels, and lots of them. Let me actually, if I do... Oh, you got... oh, fuck me.
His pre-existing back injury in 1998 further complicated the situation, making it impossible to put on a rebreather again in such confined quarters. Faced with limited options in a rapidly deteriorating situation, John decided he needed to move faster and head back to the surface. Navigating the tortuous
Textures?
tugging at his arm.
No, I can't even begin to tell you. I know if I knew the pie menu better, I could look up how many water wheels I had here. Entities? Block entities? Set 0, 0. Go to tick. I guess level. Block entities.
chance I would take off a sidewinder.
Yeah.
To take that thing
Well,
off
he was
his
background.
face. I get it, but let me just explain that. You said sure
Okay.
you could take off the sidewinder.
Well, I found it, but it didn't give me much information.
I don't know if you take off the sidewinder to energize its so part of my body. I don't know if I honestly don't know. It's different.
This. Give me them now. And 50 minutes ago. Thanks. Can you please craft it? I will craft it now. Trust me. Look at this. Look at this crafting going on. Boom. Mechanical bearing. I don't need to ponder it. I understand it completely. I understand it completely. He says as you probably will need to look at it later. The next thing is 7 of these. And the same amount of these. 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, no, 6. I like 6. Okay. Make 6 of these, make 6 of those. Anything else? I need an inventory on it. I need the windmill, but I got the windmill pieces. What? Let me, can you give me information on, storages on thingies? How do I just open this? The ponder menu. Is there a way to just open the ponder menu? Okay, let's just make 6 of these real quick. Do I have those in my inventory? Yes. Some of these. I need. I need to make this place walkable. Like, this is not doable. Did making this place... I mean, it's not that crazy to make this place walkable. Okay. Oops. There's some stairs, right? Some stairs. Really, you shouldn't even be down here because of the sandstorms. That's why this place is on this level. Because that fucking biome isn't up here. So if you want to go down there,
Walked to his stone unturned. John
there will be an elevator.
back into the G.S. closet.
Because I'm assuming not everyone that visits here is going to be like, oh, you can do this.
A silent unwritten entity seemed to echo the
Like, without the staff, you can do that.
The worst
But
nightmare materialized.
even people will just walk past the block and be like, oh, it's a weird block there.
They tread elevator ledge.
The only indication I have is over at the storage where I made this.
It was too late.
I like this.
John had succumbed
I might do this some more.
to the cave.
So basically, since we don't actually know the facts here, he just got wedged in somewhere. Is that what you understand? And they found him with his rebreather off. I'm asking.
I don't know. All I know is the name. You know, I haven't researched this incident.
I thought you could try. I wasn't sure if you
No,
knew.
and I wish, you know, if I knew that Jungle Anthem was part of it, I would have reached out and get some more facts. But we maybe have him on the show and talk to us about it. Or have anything to talk about it. Yeah. Thank you. But it seems to me, and I have to go back and think, but it seems to me like he removed his rebreather, he lost control of it, maybe he went away from him, and then the second stage he was breathing out, mouthpiece came off or something broke, and then he dropped. That's what it sounds like. Because he didn't say he was found with his rebreather on, he was found, whatever. He was just, he dropped. So I do think what,
Yeah, my comment there was that, look, I talked to the NX about it. I really respect what he does. You don't need to these guys, by the way, are very experienced. So I'm not saying it was back then. I'm not saying it back then. I'm saying about, yeah, we talked about myself. I don't want to do that. Because I don't feel like I have an excuse. I don't want to think about my rebreather. Hey, there's different levels of you could do this now. I like breathing. I do. It's fun. A sense of exploring, but I'm not like going to bed crying, and I don't want to. I'm not looking to get to their level. I want to be cruising around on my PCB. I want the privilege of seeing what Brian will show us. Absolutely spectacular shit. But 90% of my cave diving is already explored by with very experienced great guys. Basically taking me around. So I kind of call myself a recreational guy.
yeah.
But I don't think unless you are with somebody that's trained to do this kind of stuff, you know, you want to do something like this as a relatively new person. Whatever that definition is, relatively new. I don't think I would. I would never do something like this. I do agree with Doug one more. I don't know if I'm going to be doing stuff where I got to take stuff off. It's not that exciting.
Yeah.
I'd rather just get on those new sea crafts that we have and we sometimes use the unit. It took you to the two passages and down to the glass.
Yeah.
I think that fun. I know you, I think, are enjoying more and more some of the cave exploration stuff, and that's great.
Yeah, but
You're doing it. You're doing it with an excellent. You're doing it right. You're telling me what to do.
Right.
That's happening. That's happening.
It's different. But yeah, it's really tragic that John Neely went to explore this cave and unfortunately he paid the ultimate price. Dying, trying to explore it. Of course, nobody goes into these dives thinking you're going to die or that. You're strong, you're supposed to happen, you prepare for it, and you make an educated
do a little chat. Get your typing hands typing because we're gonna play chat charades. Here's how it's gonna work. I'm gonna end screen and go to something else. One of these games I'm gonna have the balls. So here's how it works, chat. Apparently I'm on this website called .screen Trade. And the way it works is I connect my Twitch, which is now connected. Chat, it is now reading every message you send. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna bring a mod.
Boom, boom, boom.
They're gonna come on stream and I'm gonna give them this. They're gonna
Uh
get
huh.
hard or easy.
Yes, and I need some motherfucking oh, I should make sure this is gonna be in one chunk. Super glue. I'm just gonna pack everything up real quick. Boom. And boom. Boom and boom and boom. No. Boom and boom boom. And boom and boom boom. Boom. Bing bong. Shloop. Bam. Nope. Uh-huh. Right. That's always it should be. Okay. 2-3 farm. You grab some saplings. The chest. And some building blocks.
Would you like to make attempts at the hard category of words or the easy category? I need a decision because I have to upload and it's what you'll be playing with. Chat wants you to go for hard. Let's go for hard. Okay, I have the hard words. Now, Cyan, I'm going to DM you. Are you ready? I am ready. Hey! Alright, this is your people champion. Folks, this is your mimer for the time being. You may come in that moment. Alright, you ready, Cyan? I'm going to start your time. And you'll know when it's over when I stop you or when John overtime or somebody gets it. Alright, category is hard. You got it. Oh, sorry, what's your... Holy shit, already? What? How? Okay, I don't know. Solid snake, mousetrap, that was, pause right there. Now, Booty, we have a choice to make. Do we let them keep going until they fuck it up? With maybe, like, less time on the fucking side? Because I like the idea of less time. Solid snake, that was great. That's $100 for you, and $100 for Cyan. Cyan, let me get you your next word here. Okay, there's your word. You ready? Oh, fuck, yeah, I got it. Okay, I think you can do this, actually. Yep, I got it. I got it. Alright, your time starts in 3, 2, 1. You get it? You got it. That was I think you did a good job. I think it was very smart. I didn't know what I was. I think I was thinking wiki ears, but I don't know. That's Booty. Do we pause him here and just bring him back later? Because he's not stopping. Or should we give him a chance at the 5 seconds? Let's how about we put a pin? Put a pin. Like, I think maybe I'll get another 3
would I have a friend? Do you think all of us just sort of like share like a WhatsApp?
All right, so let's turn on your cam. And, Tina, I have a question for you. I think I know what you're going to take at this point. Would you like the hard word category, or would you like the easy word category? Easily hard. I have the word. You do not say this out loud. And if you speak, you lose everything if you speak. All right, I am going to count you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got it. Man, that was, he kind of psyched. That was perfect. The thing, I can see the desperation once you did the two things. You're like, okay, clown, okay, shoes.
Oh.
Like, I was getting ready for this. I was like, I'm gonna just put on like. I thought you were wearing like boots, even small on my screen, but those are your bare ass boots to put out. That is 100 to you and 100 to Peanut. Good job, both of you. You earned it. Let me get you your next word, and I'm going to drop it in 20 seconds now. We pulled up. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Good job later, clip this 100 bucks to you and another 100 to Peanut. Peanut, this is going to be your last word. If you get all three, we're going to come up on the fly with some sort of 3-person tiebreaker round, which we have not yet considered. It's okay. Some of this stuff old is probably my favorite. Okay, I'm so excited. And I want everybody to listen to Peanut's, again, visceral reaction. All right, are you ready, Peanut? You have 10 seconds. Do you want to think about it?
Okay, I'm going to stand back. I'm just going to go for it.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go. Before it even began. These days, stop playing.
I couldn't do anything for that one that wouldn't get me like
There was one thing you could have done.
yeah. I mean, it would have, yeah.
All right, Peanut makes it to the hard 3 final round. Whatever that is when we figure out by Peanut. Give me the next person. Oh, great. Cam is here. Cam literally took Cam. I got a boner.
I think this is right.
I invited you on stream and I played Glass with you, and you said no, and now here you are.
You know what's on my list right now? Coming from my phone. I'm in a hotel room in Law.
So you're gonna get this on mobile? That's so
But then how will they get power?
Here, let me show you. This looks like better than half the people's Great. I'm not even lying. Alright, so I'm just gonna start you off on the hard words. This is Ham performing charades. 3, 2, 1, begin. Take time if you want. All right, 3, 2, 1, begin.
Alright, now this is where you fucking lose, bro. This is gonna be your final word. Here it is. Take a look at that. That's for you. Flat rate is not okay. Alright, are you ready here? You have 10 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, that's your time. That's your time. They did not get it. It was butt chug chug.
That's so fucked up. You know, I thought about getting on the bed and put my leg up my ears while
That's, I don't, yeah. You know what? It's $100. I wouldn't have done either. Alright, Ham, thank you. You got 2. That's good enough. Be safe. Love you. Have fun with all. Get him out of here. Alright, do we have one more?
Oh, not only do we have one more, I believe we got a friend here.
Is it Squeak? Hey, whoopee. Wow, Squeak! Brown, but less so. Oh. Okay, Chad can't see. Oh, wait, Squeak.
Sweet, so good to it's so good to see you here.
Everybody in here is just goofy.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm in Washington right now. I'm hanging out with some friends.
Alright, TT, you know the rules. I'm,
Ooh. Okay, I think I'm ready.
Alright. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Jesus Christ. You did not have it until you did like the next cut.
I thought the second I had to do like
To be honest, you didn't like medically accurate. Like you showed more close to what would happen, but I think you confused people about
I think I could have gotten it. Yeah.
Alright, TT, your final charade.
I don't think I'm gonna get this one, but I think I'm ready.
Alright, here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
That's time. It's eating glass chest.
Why the fuck is Chad got a Jaeger? These guys.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Okay, so that's it. I have an idea. I kind of like the idea of like offering. They should not take this. Giving them giving them a double or nothing option. Take your money unless you are okay losing. So, if any of the winners of free want to do double or nothing, I will go to the category list and choose everything. Alright? And I will give you 30 seconds. Is peanut double or nothing? I get peanut double or nothing. He said, oh, sure. Oh. Alright, get him in here. He wants to do it. Hey,
Why are you doing this?
Someone had to. No, they didn't. I'm gonna pick one that's challenging, but you need to know what it is. I think this is challenging, fair, and easy.
Okay, so they are on.
Yeah, I can do that.
You know, I'll even give it a chance, Peanut. After seeing the words, you want to fill out.
No, I can do it.
I'm doing it every outcast, okay? Alright, are you ready, Peanut?
Yeah.
Okay, so time starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, thanks for
other job. Thanks for saying this to me. There's a lot of
Is that gonna glue the trees? Seems that's not the way you're supposed to do it. Where did the thingy go? Oh. Oops. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get slapped. Huh. This is like a really big thingy. I don't think I'm doing this right. Oh no. Fuck me, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Is it just in case chain drives? Is that what it wants? Or is it? It's just gonna do the same thing, right? Hmm. Why? Same problem, right? Well, now I don't even have a friggin' thingy. Oops. Oh my goodness, it did it. I guess if I have a thing here, it should work. What? Oh my goodness. No, these aren't spinning now. But they are. 'Cause they hurt me. I don't know if it's working or not. 'Cause these aren't like turning right now. And I can't look at them with my goggles. Is that gonna get in the way? Like, is the whole thing gonna get in the way? This isn't gonna be able to harvest anything. I guess it's okay. Will it just know from the inventory? I might just have to look up a frickin' thingy on YouTube for this. Because, I'm not the best with create, man. But I'll see if this works. I just don't really know how the whole thing handles the items on the moving thing, and then I'm not even sure. You know, this needs to connect somehow. This is not useful. So you need power. I'm not sure if I can even use shafts on this. I think that's the problem right now. I just need to use gearboxes and chain drives right now, I guess. Yeah. I don't have any fir saplings. Yeah, because those trees are fucking huge, dude. I'm pretty sure, yeah, those are the tall trees. Not the tallest ones, but... yeah, I don't really chop the whole tree down to get saplings from the fir trees. Sounds like a job for a turtle. So we'll go ahead and just use these. Plunk them down. Looks like they're glued. Check and make sure anything else. Can you? Okay. Uh-oh. Pretty sure I can just go through. So it didn't like that. Okay. Oh my goodness, they're doing things. But it doesn't have its... Oh, it does. Okay. But, so will it do if it has them? get the bone meal? Can you have, bone meal it? Also, this needs to be the dirt. It seems to not do it. It's very weird how they're doing it at different speeds. And they won't take it. I don't know. I think I'm gonna call it there for tonight. And I'm gonna get some sleepy bye. And by that I mean I'm gonna probably just hang out and watch a video on how people make these things. And try again in a couple hours after I have a little bit of shut-eye. I'll probably resume the stream then. Hello, Mr. Creeper. Man, everything is out of whack. Fuck. Okay, I'm gonna go figure out why this won't work. If you're watching, thanks for watching. I'll catch you on the next wabash.